The Last Stand. Tanya set about destroying the last remaining heroes. Amongst others, her stepbrother Tristan. Once upon a time, long, long ago in, well, you know the rest, the absolute evil had, in the fabulous predecessor to this game, taken over the entire overworld with its creatures. Now it spent its time on debauched parties and... Wait a minute. The entire overworld? No! One small village of indomitable heroes still held out against the invaders. The unamused evil was beside itself with rage. But all this was about to change once and for all, because the remote controlling evil sent its most vicious general into the field, the Dark Elf Talia. Talia, also known from the fabulous predecessor, came back from her vacation in a thoroughly good mood. Before that, she had defeated her foster father, the paladin Thanos. This fact is important to note. For this last remaining village of heroes was protected by none other than Tristan, foster son of Thanos and Talia's stepbrother. This proud warrior in shining, his handsome heroic chest accentuating armor, was the last glimmer of hope for the forces of good. Talia, who had fully embraced the dark side, couldn't wait to really kick her stepbrother's ass. And so our story begins. The last defenders of good were fighting for their survival. This seemed to be the perfect time for Tristan to make his appearance, the last mighty hero of the good race.
My brothers! In your eyes I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the courage of true heroes is extinguished, when we abandon our companions and all bonds of friendship are broken. But that day is still far off. Stand fast, heroes of the West!
And with those familiar-sounding words, Tristan charged into battle to the cheers of his men. The heroes of good had managed to capture some of the evil creatures. Nevertheless, it was more than questionable whether a few minor victories and a brilliant speech could do anything against the absolute evil's armies. A storm of darkness and gloom descended, heralding the arrival of Talia, the absolute evil's general. This entrance not only panicked the defenders of good, but also seemed to strengthen the creatures of evil.
Hey, I'm back! Time to kick a little hero butt. Forward, creatures! Show me what you can do! Punch him smack dab in the mouth! Smash him in the face! Oh, and just as a precaution, get me my handbook of worn-out third-rate catchphrases. Ha-ha! If my eyes don't deceive me, that's my stupid stepbrother Tristan over there too, just waiting for me to lovingly put his head on a spear. Ha! Today is gonna be a good day.
Talia seemed to be very sure of victory. Some might find this puzzling, as it was the beginning of a long new campaign. But okay, maybe the rest of the missions are nothing but a string of debauched victory celebrations, who knows?
a few pitiful opponents. I'm gonna massacre you. If I can just remember how that works again.
Fortunately, Talia's instincts took over at this point, something which wannabe pro gamers often refer to as auto-attack. Talia also remembered that she had a few skills that she could invoke whenever she felt like it.
Oh, right! Boom! That's how it's done.
Talia's mighty storm once again stood at her disposal. Once again, Talia's fury descended to plunge the land into blackness.
Did someone actually cage my subordinates? Ah, forget that. I'm the only one who's allowed to do that. Time to bust these things open. Pulverize them. Nuke them.
You have destroyed a cage. Talia had freed all the creatures. Not to be outdone by her stepbrother, she too gave a brilliant speech.
Speech? Sure. Creatures! Time to punch the do-gooders right in the kisser! Forward! Punch them in the face, kick them in the shins, break their belt buckles so they trip on their pants!
Yes, very inspiring.
Hasta la vista, hero boy!
Talia had reached the center of battle. With another brilliant speech, she goaded her creatures on one more time.
Another speech? Oh. Ding dong, the hero's dead. That okay?
Honestly, I don't know if I can work with you like this. After Talia's words, the creatures surged forward and flocked to their linguistically under-talented leader, or would like to, but the defenses on the left and right flanks made progress impossible. Talia had to destroy them in order to receive further support. The hero's defense collapsed on the right flank. The monstrous evil's creatures flocked to Talia.
Excellent. I can always use more cannon fodder. I mean, loyal subordinates.
The hero's left defensive flank could no longer withstand the breaching evil's creatures.
Dead heroes!
Talia! Stepsister! You dare to show your face here after killing our foster father?
Yeah. Is that a trick question? You can see I'm here. Thanos deserved what he got. And I thought to myself, like father, like son.
You will pay for your deeds, sister. The light will protect me. Sister, turn from evil and come back to the side of good. See the power of light.
With these words, Tristan was bathed in a golden light that seemed to protect him. As if that were not troublesome enough, a number of magical portals opened at the same time.
As if this wasn't dragging on way too long already. Can't we just jump straight to the point where I greedily take over the world? Forward, creatures! Smash the portals! Flatten that magic junk! Pull the plug!
My brothers! In your eyes I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the courage of true heroes is extinguished, when we abandon our companions and all bonds of friendship are broken. But that day is still far off. Stand fast, heroes of the West!
Oh, didn't you spout that same bullshit earlier? In exactly the same words.
No, not at all. I am known for my brilliant speeches, wicked stepsister.
I seem to remember that whenever you were supposed to speak in front of the class, we had to get a mic.
You'll pay for that. Onward, faithful! Destroy the evil!
All the magical portals have been destroyed, and with them, Tristan's shield went up in smoke.
That's the way I like it. Now, where were we? Oh, yeah. I was just about to kick my stepbrother's butt.
Sister, it doesn't have to end this way. Join me. Together we can still save the world.
Oh, can't you just die and spare us all the embarrassing melodrama?
You have lost a creature forever. Talia once again summoned her fury.
Talia! This isn't the end! We'll meet again!
With these words, Tristan quickly created a portal and threw himself through it with the last of his strength. The portal closed again behind him.
Treachery! Fraud! Cheater! This was supposed to be my victory! And what the hell kind of glove is that anyway? Looks to me like game design forgot to balance the thing properly.
Maybe the people in charge were still too captivated by your great speech. It brought tears to my eyes too, however, not of emotion.
As if the bird brains these evil creatures have needed grand speeches. A few skulls to bash in, and the social calendar for the evening is filled.
Well, each to their own. But apparently, Tristan had suffered a mishap, as the aforementioned magic glove still lay in the place where it was last used. It would seem that he had accidentally lost it.
Wonderful. This thing is just what I need. Très chic. I'll just grab that right away.
And so our story begins. Tristan had managed to give Talia the slip, but she had been able to capture his magic glove. The Gauntlet of Finitude, a fabled artifact. Unfortunately, UI overlays don't work in cutscenes, so Talia couldn't read just exactly what the glove did. Nevertheless, she proudly presented it to the Absolute Evil in its form as the Dungeon Lord. And so misfortune took its course, because at the same time, Talia wanted to demonstrate how loudly she could snap her fingers. But this snap, which would go down in the history books as the Dungeon Lord snap, unleashed horrific forces that were discharged into the Dungeon Lord himself. As Tanya rose to her feet, the gauntlet had disappeared, and the Dungeon Lord lay dying. Viewers often began to cry at this point, because it made them think back to the last really good superhero movie. Talia mourned for about 5 seconds. Talia had shattered the realms of good and served them onto the absolute evil on a silver platter, while it had actually done nothing at all. So Talia now became the absolute ruler. She had no clue about how to rule, but more than made up for it with hubris and consistently ignoring glaring problems. In addition, she surrounded herself with a staff of incompetent advisors. What could possibly go wrong? 10 minutes later, Tristan had captured Talia, locked her in a cage, and put the armies of absolute evil to flight. And so the story ends. We'll tell you how the story continues in overpriced microtransaction bites. Oh, wait, wrong script. That's a different developer. Hang in there, I've almost got it. While Tanya was ignominiously taken away, the unused essence of absolute evil continued to float through the ether. It wasn't about to admit defeat that easily, but for evil to triumph once again, it needed Talia back, for better or for worse. And so the swirling essence of absolute evil set about commanding the perplexed-looking chaotic hordes and freeing Talia. Hammer time! Round 2. The essence of absolute evil held the horde together and rose to the challenge of vicious dwarven engineering.
Tristan! Let me out of this damned cage, you stupid little good elf. Otherwise, I'll have a hard time wringing your scrawny neck. What the hell do you want from me anyway?
Talia, stepsister, your deplorable deeds must not go unpunished. You have slain our foster father Thanos, a blasphemous affront to our goddess, whom you, to top it all off, have also slain. But we will have plenty of time to argue on our journey. I am here for the stone. Brynhild, if you please.
You know you can, you little cutie. Oi! Go on, you lazy lot. Get that destroyer of worlds class hammer going.
Talia had been captured. Only the bubbling around the place essence of absolute evil could save her. It was amusing to leave Talia in the clutches of her brother. But on the other hand, without her help, the shapeless evil would probably just roam the countryside as a disembodied something or other, and at best be hired for third-rate horror movies. Fortunately, a forgotten dungeon heart lying in the underground could quickly be reactivated. Together with the creatures of the Horde, it would be easy to smash the do-gooder heroes there to smithereens. The wafting evil had to get rid of that dwarven contraption on the overworld, as it posed a threat to the underground, and with it, the dungeon heart. It was therefore necessary to build a mighty dungeon, or rather, to have one built, because as a wafting essence, the disembodied evil could not do much itself. Oh. hungry evil had built a treasury. The meager amount that could be stored in the throne room was simply not even close to enough for a proper gold bar. Creatures of gluttony-loving evil had built a gobbler farm. Here, delicious gobblers were raised to serve as food for the horde. Sheltering evil had built a hideout for the horde's creatures. These could henceforth build themselves a place to rest there. The army raising evil had recruited its first creature, a bit underwhelming considering that it was sitting on the throne of the gods a short time ago. But fresh starts are never easy. The evilest evil could use the Hand of Terror, not only to intervene, but also to lend its little snots the impetus they needed by giving them a spirited slap. The attitude-adjusting evil had struck one of its little snots. The detestable evil had earned some delicious evilness. Excellent things could be done with it, such as exploring new stuff. However, first, a place had to be found where the evilness could be stored. The absolute evil quickly built a vault of evilness. Glamorous evil had built a vault of evilness. This allowed it to henceforth store evilness and use it.
Oi! No need to sit around being lazy when we could be picking up a little gold while we're here, eh? On you go, lads! Grab the nearest gold vein.
Sooner or later, the greedy dwarves would dig their way into the dungeon. The perfidious evil used a workshop to prepare traps to stop the gold-stealing dwarves in their tracks.
Oi! How long is this stone thing going to take, lads? Snookums and I were planning on dying of old age here.
I sure hope not, because
Technological progress has almost always been a fine thing. Further research could not only make new units or rooms available, but also increase the maximum number of little snots or creatures. The hard work allowing evil had built a tinkerer's cave. Here, little snots could use the work units to make toolboxes, which were needed for the more extravagant dungeon accoutrements. The workforce hoarding evil had increased its maximum little snot limit and now had access to even more of the industrious little creatures. The cunning evil had placed the first traps. This would make it much harder for the greedy dwarves to steal the gold from the treasury or even destroy the dungeon heart itself.
Ding dong, it's payday.
Into my little gold mine. Yeah! They had to be stinking orcs, whose skulls are at best as toilet paper holders in the lavatory. Okay, boys, tear this joint to the ground.
Dwarves had opened a passage into the dungeon. The little snots immediately executed Order 67, as they had been instructed to do by Talia in such a case, which meant that they ran through the dungeon with their arms flapping wildly. At the same time, they opened the secret trap cache, so that the tricky evil could give the dwarves a very warm welcome.
Oi! Did you little honey buns forget your little baby bottles? Or how did you manage to lose to a bunch of lousy orcs? But oi, we still have some reinforcements here. Reinforcements? Attack!
Obviously, the danger from the dwarves had not yet been neutralized. Luckily, the little snots had made a few traps in their spare time, and they were only too happy to make available to the all-consuming evil. The little snot's trap glittered and gleamed. Soon, gold-hungry dwarves would be biting their teeth out on it as they unknowingly fast-tracked for a quick demise. of your creatures has died, I'm sure you're shedding a tear right now as you hire the next 3. Later, you may also be able to resurrect these creatures.
What's one dead creature if it gets one closer to the goal of freeing me? Come on! Free me already, you rotten maggots!
The saw trap was perfectly suited for cutting tree trunks, but since they wouldn't become a resource until Dungeons 5, it would have to settle for dwarves for now. A hamster wheel of death stood ready. The little snot inside kept a watchful eye out for arriving heroes. A Thrasher trap not only took out one hero, it also provided any and all surrounding heroes with some nutritious cauliflower at the same time. Cauliflower ears, that is. The Thrasher was a very powerful trap, just waiting to slap several heroes to Nirvana at the same time. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. Hey, look, I realize you really get a kick out of snapping your creatures, but they're not really the enemy here. Maybe you should reassess your priorities. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. A gold vein has been mined out. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. payday. Creatures are collecting their pay. You have lost a creature forever. A dwarven base is being expanded. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered.
It's payday.
The dwarves were defeated for the time being. Satisfied, the essence of absolute evil rubbed something together that could perhaps pass for two hands together. The all-destroying evil had conquered the exit. This left the way to the surface open for its troops. The absolute evil's creatures blinked a little as they stepped into the glaring light of the sun. Finally, they could lay waste not only to the boring corridors of the dungeon, but also to the lush green meadows of the overworld. The horrific evil had destroyed a camp in the overworld. The defeated heroes ran away crying and tried to entrench themselves behind even higher walls. You have destroyed a cave. Payday. Oh. The vile evil had destroyed another of the heroes' camps. Screaming at the top of their voices, the survivors took to their heels. Have destroyed a cage.
I have to protect the blueprint, Snookums. Otherwise, the orcs will eventually end up building some decent machinery here. Well then, keep your chin up, Toodles.
Brynhild, what are you doing? I thought your dwarfs could easily handle a few orcs.
Problems, brother mine? Oh, what a shame. I had actually already planned on making myself a tea set out of dwarf skulls.
Talia, your evilness truly knows no bounds. These dwarfs are part of the Alliance of Good. You were also once part of that alliance.
The path to the dwarves' oversized hammer lay open. The trembling heroes prepared themselves for the final battle. the dwarven equipment spectacularly went up in flames, which was rather odd, as the creatures had only been hitting the thing with their weapons. But fine, perhaps Horde weapons were made of flint. Yet the distraction provided by the dwarven intervention had shifted the destruction-loving evil's focus long enough for Talia and her stepbrother Tristan to disappear into the distance. With an imaginary sigh, the staggering evil took one last look around before setting off in pursuit. The path led to the Hellwoods, an eerie place claimed by the demonic creatures of the underworld. The Hellwoods. Talia was taken ever deeper into the lands by her stepbrother Tristan. They passed through the Hellwoods, a hotbed of demons. In the underground beneath the Hellwoods, Talia's stepbrother Tristan was tampering with the remains of a dungeon long thought forgotten. But the demonic evil's henchmen were hard on his heels and were also slogging their way through the underground. Tristan had no choice but to retreat.
My brothers! In your eyes I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the...
Tristan, you good-for-nothing imbecile! Can't you just shut up for once? Or finally come up with a different speech? That's so... Hey! Are those my armies of evil? Here! Get me out of here so I can personally kick my stepbrother's butt! Go ahead! Finish them off! Give it to them! Push away past the expiry date cake right in their faces!
Never! The power of magic flows through me! A magic barrier will keep those creatures at bay!
It seemed that Tristan did actually have some small knowledge of magic. His barrier was impenetrable to conventional attacks. Where magic was concerned, however, things looked just a little different. The spellbook perusing evil quickly set about tackling this problem underground. Before the mana-craving evil could resort to magic, it would first have to take care of the demons. It made perfect sense to have a vortex built to house demonic creatures. evil had had a vortex built. There, hired demons found shelter and a place to wait until they could be resurrected at the cost of evilness after an unforeseen demise. Some parts of the underground were saturated with mana. Once dug up, this could be used to cast spells. The mana-addicted evil wanted to try this out as soon as possible.
Stand fast, men! There may come a day when courage fails us, but it is not this day. On this day we fight! By all that you hold dear on this good earth, I call you to stand firm! Brothers of the kingdom! Let us lay waste to the dungeon! Attack!
You stole that speech. I've heard something very similar to that before.
That's beside the point. Those words inspired my men. The pen is mightier than the sword.
But weaker than a horde battle axe. It's just too bad that I can't be there to watch the show because I'm stuck in your stupid cage.
The dungeon heart is being attacked. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered. Doors in the dungeon not only reduced drafts, but could also stop heroes and other enemies in their tracks for a short time. They also increased the efficiency of rooms. It therefore made sense to have a door to close off a production room. A first door now adorned the dungeon. The grandiose evil not only used it to increase the efficiency of rooms or to stop enemies for a short time, but it could also lock doors to seal off areas for its subordinates. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. Payday! You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
One of your creatures has become livid with rage. payday. Gold vein is nearly exhausted. Enemies are in the dungeon. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon.
Payday!
A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. The never went to hogwash evil's little snot had built an arcanium. Should one of these droll little workers manage to find the time, mana would from now on be produced here. The gallant evil had now gained access to a number of spells. Create resources, for example, allowed toolboxes or gobblers to quickly be created as if out of thin air. In keeping with his childlike disposition, the amused evil immediately tried this out. The childish evil's eyes glowed with joy as it successfully used the Create Resources spell. This would allow stocks to be filled even without decent production. A gold vein has been mined out. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein.
Payday.
There are enemies in your dungeon. The spoiled evil had discovered a few stray demons who were all too willing to join his dark army. Of all things, these were stuck in a rather awkward position. The perplexed evil pondered how to go about it. The ingenious evil had managed to return the scattered demons safely back to the dungeon by means of a spell.
Hey, Tristan, favorite, because only stepbrother. See my troops marching over there? I think they're gonna make short work of you.
Don't get your hopes up too soon, stepsister. My barrier and my men will stop them. We got what we wanted here, and we'll soon be on the road again.
Creatures, get me the hell out of here already! Come on, get a move on! Save me, free me, sign petitions demanding my release!
An arcane tear had appeared very close to the absurd evil's armies. These magical anomalies were not uncommon in the area and promised great power to those who knew how to use them. The creatures knew but one way to deal with these. The corrupting evil had captured an arcane tear. New power flowed through it, giving it the ability to now cast the meteor rain spell. As luck would have it, there was a group of heroes nearby who made worthy targets. A little snot set about generating mana in the Arcanium to make it available to the spell-wielding evil. The arcane tear's power could now be used by the spell-casting evil.
Talia, I still can't believe you really did all that. Weren't we like family to you?
I was constantly insulted and humiliated. Does that sound like a family to you?
Yes?
The merciless evil's army had reached the magical barrier. A spell would sweep it away. While the Cruciatus intoning evil was making its way through the protective barrier, Talia and Tristan continued upon their way.
Tristan, beloved brother, would you be so kind as to open this cage door for me? There's no need for us to argue.
Step. And I simply cannot forgive you for slaying our foster father. Not to mention half of the good people of the country.
Only half? Ha! I mean, all that just kind of happened. I don't know how exactly it could all go so wrong either.
You put Tanos's head on a spear!
He bloody well deserved it! Time and again, I had to suffer insults from him and his henchmen simply because of my origins, as if all dark elves were evil.
You killed hundreds of heroes, slew Father's companions, and put Father's head on a spear!
They made me do it. It's society's fault.
Talia, I wish you would change your ways. Remember back when we were children and would play together by the creek?
And you threw me in?
You dropped a beast on my head first!
Oh, that's right. I remember the way your head swelled up like a melon.
Spell-wielding evil had seized an arcane tear. The newfound magic allowed it to now use a spell to summon the Prince of Hell. Heroes had entered the dungeon, while the arsonist evil was marching its army around the overworld. Thanks to the demonic portal spell, creatures could instantly be sent back to the dungeon from the overworld. Fountain Heart is being attacked. It's payday. The fanatic evil's armies reached another magical barrier.
There's my army. Time for you to die, stepbrother. Go, my creatures! Grab them, run them down, rub hot chili sauce in their eyes, and get me out of this damn cage!
My brothers! In your eyes, I see...
You're not going to repeat that same old crap again, are you? Are you?
Men! Stop them! Tully,
The ice in its drink-loving evil's armies had defeated Tristan's pathetic defenders. Evil's creatures were filled with jubilation, but the disembodied essence of evil was not given the mood to celebrate, for Tristan himself had escaped and still had Tanya with him. The lingering without physical form evil pretended to sigh and once again took up pursuit. The plains of Strotham. The absolute evil continued its efforts to free Talia. The trail led it to the vicinity of the city of Strotham, which was once besieged by undead.
These sequences with me in a cage are being stretched out far too long here. Can't we talk this out somehow? Maybe rock, scissors, paper, like in the old days?
Huh. You know I always go for the good old rock. But speaking of stones, I will soon have all the stones of Finichu together. And then...
Nobody gives a damn about your stupid marbles, you dumbass.
While Tanya was engrossed in an animated discussion with her stepbrother, the brain-eating evil was already attempting a, more or less, fruitless attempt to free her. Since undead simply resurrected somewhat later in the graveyard after their demise, an unsuccessful onslaught was no great tragedy. Admittedly, the creature-wasting evil probably never took the loss of subordinates too tragically in the first place. But back to the subject at hand. Fortunately, there were ancient mausoleums in the vicinity, which were home to powerful undead and could provide a significant supply of reinforcements. The map studying evil eagerly took notes.
Ha! See that, Tristan? My armies will free me. Go on, you undead! Knock them down! Eat their brains! I don't know, just do something.
A temple with a sacrificial pit would need to be built before the merciless evil's undead creatures could summon more minions. Quickly, the construction-obsessed evil set about doing just that. the frivolous evil had erected a temple. From now on, light could be stored there, which would greatly enhance the ode to grave-wearing evil's undead armies. It's payday.
It seems your creatures don't even dare to leave the underground, Talia. But they are not safe there either. Forward, men! Destroy the dungeon in the underground!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. One of the undead creatures that had fallen in battle had gone to rest in the graveyard, only to rise again after some time had passed. The merciless evil was then able to send it back into battle. It's payday. The sacrificial evil had a temple built complete with a sacrificial pit. The greedy-looking black maw with its dark void seemed to be eagerly awaiting offerings. Presumably, the evil spirits would reward each sacrifice with some soothing blight. The experimental evil set about testing this theorem. Strengthened by the captured blight, one of the undead creatures was able to summon a minion to its side. The extravagant evil was satisfied to note that its undead were able to use blight and minions to maximize the number of creatures that could be used carelessly. In fact, the sacrificial pit was a very versatile contemporary. Pretty much everything could be thrown in there. It seemed as if the sacrificial pit would belch satedly were it not simply an inanimate object. The sacrificial evil had sacrificed enough things for the time being. It was time to go on the offensive. Your enemies are in the dungeon.
Ding dong, it's payday.
Enemies are in the dungeon. Payday. Oh. Payday. The colourful clothes-wearing evil had discovered a dungeon gate in the underground. Apparently, this was one of the 3 lost burial chambers. All that was needed to benefit from it was to open the burial chamber, presumably with a few firm blows. A gold vein is almost exhausted. The gruesome evil welcomed a Bone Lord into its ranks. Not only could this mighty swordsman both dish it out and take it, but could also summon skeletal mages as minions. This was apparently the final resting place of the legendary mercenary army, the Scallywag Ragtags. The pragmatic evil was bound to have an idea as to what it could do with the undead found there. The zombie-like evil had unleashed powerful undead forces. The use of these powers meant each of its undead creatures could both move faster and summon an additional minion to its side. Each additional burial chamber would provide 1 additional minion. Powerful undead forces allowed additional minions to rise from their graves. creatures are collecting their pay. There are enemies in your dungeon. Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Undead corpses deploting around you have discovered another burial chamber. This tomb was dedicated to the archers of the Scallywag Ragtags. Legend has it that they could miss a barn door even at 10 meters. Their corpses will certainly be put to good use by the self-sacrificing evil. powerful undead forces allowed additional minions to rise from their graves. It's payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. A gold vein has been mined out. The achievement Accumulating Evil had now discovered the third burial chamber as well. The remains found here were those of the alchemists of the scallywag ragtags, who considered arsenic to be a refreshing mouth gel. These corpses would prove perfect vessels for mindless zombies. It's payday.
My armies are getting closer, little brother. Want to go ahead and pick out a nice tombstone? Not that you'll need it when I put your head on the spear.
We do not need to further elaborate on your misdeeds, sister. My armies are not yet defeated, and the hero's courage is unbroken.
The courage may be unbroken, but the spine.
Your enemies are in the dungeon.
The vile stench of the undead is still coming ever closer. Forward, faithful! Destroy that vermin!
Problems, brother mine? Is that the sweat of fear I can see on your brow? This reminds me of when you were going to ask Chelsea Chubby Cheeks to prom.
That's not the point here.
And she dumped you because she wanted to take her dog for a walk instead.
Payday!
Undead forces roamed around. Additional minions now stood available. Defend the dungeon hut.
Last! Come on! Let's beat them! Fry them up! Smear them on our toast!
The sovereign evil had freed Talia from the clutches of her stepbrother. Pity, really. I found it quite pleasant not to have someone constantly interrupting her.
I will ignore your insolence for now, but only because I have to deal with that damn Tristan. The step in stepbrother is going to be an architectural statement when I'm done with him.
Lost in her rant, Talia had missed the fact that her stepbrother Tristan had meanwhile made a run for it.
What? That cowardly, dishonest, disgusting!
Talia had been rescued from the clutches of her stepbrother Tristan by the absolute evil. This seemed a bit surprising as, after all, Talia had accidentally caused its demise only one cutscene earlier. But the disembodied essence of the irritated evil was restless due to its lack of physical form. It needed help finding a new body. In such cases, less competent personnel were also called upon. Talia was extremely grateful to have been freed from the cage after 3 long missions. Finding a new body for the absolute evil seemed a small price to pay. High up on the 4th highest peak in the world, Mount Snotmore, resided the venerable Council of Little Snots. These wise beings were the ones who would know what would constitute a new, adequate vessel for the absolute evil. All Talia had to do was reach the peak. A trifle, really, but unfortunately, her stupid stepbrother and his oversized army stood between her and her goal. Otherwise, however, it would have been so easy that even a group of gluttonous hobbits could have managed it. Bad elves go everywhere. Talia had been freed from the clutches of good. Before she could start her journey to the Council of Little Snots, however, she had to first gather strength.
at last! This travelling in a cage through the overworld really made me miss that musty, stuffy dungeon air. What exciting scent is that rising to my nose? Is it... Okay, which one of you little snots did that?
While Talia was more or less enjoying her new freedom, her stepbrother Tristan was roaming the overworld with his entourage.
The next stone was bound to be around here somewhere. But I'm having a hard time finding my way around this foul place. Men, we will set up camp here and drive the darkness from this place.
Tristan, again? Ugh, I've really seen about enough of these relatives lately. It feels like Thanksgiving and Christmas happening back to back. And then he even dares to rid the area here of its stylish greys. Just you wait. I'll make you pay for everything.
But before Tanya could arrange a reunion with her stepbrother, it was urgently necessary for her to raise a powerful army. However, the underground was infested with spiders who called it their home. In addition, some particularly hard layers of stone stretched through the underground. In order to dig through these layers of stone, the research-addicted evil first had to research better tools for its little snots. But this required a fair amount of evilness. One could gain a particularly great amount of evilness by defeating a good being. Like this unicorn, for example, which, by chance, of course, and completely in tune with the context of the world, currently resided here.
Kill the unicorn for an extra portion of evilness. Sounds like a great way to start the day.
The discovering evil had discovered a harder layer of rock. Its little snot's tools were not tough enough for that, and it would take them far too long to dig through the rock with their teeth. Research would enable the new technology unlocking evil to improve its little snot's tools to the point that this rock would no longer be an obstacle.
In my last war, I had the little snots dig through anything and everything. There you are, locked up for a few days, and bam! Technology starts to backslide. Dreadful!
It's payday. Oh.
There's that good being! Go, creatures! Throw yourselves into the fray! Break his legs! Pluck out his nose hair! Now what's going on? Why is the Earth starting to shake? Volcanic eruption? Teen band concert or what?
Whatever it was, the tremors had shaken some things up in the underground. Numerous spiders woke up from their sleep and became active and hungry.
Great! Spiders again! Nobody here ever thinks about the people with arachnophobia. Well then, forward! Prepare the dungeon! Defend the traps and oil the creatures! Or the other way around.
The defeated evil would be well advised to have creatures level up faster, heal deeper, and to assign creatures to the guard room to keep an eye out for enemies.
I sure showed him. Wonderful evilness.
The violent evil had had its armies destroy the good being. The evilness it had captured allowed it to now effortlessly research improved tools for its little snots. With the help of the new tools, the letting others toil evil's little snots were now able to punch the heroes set out with a construction crew. The fast-digging evil should intercept them before they could set up another hero camp.
Is that one of the heroes' construction crews I see setting out? Move out, creatures! Flatten them!
It's payday.
Bravo, my faithful! This camp will serve us well in the fight against the Dark Hordes.
The heroes had managed to set up a camp. Henceforth, even more heroes would protect the overworld.
Ha! That thing won't be there for long. Onward, creatures! On to the overworld! Crowbars at the ready, and make that building an historical monument. Then, when we tear it down, it'll be even more evil.
Your enemies are in the dungeon. Underground critters burst through the dungeon walls.
Destroy them! Exterminate them! Call them animal names! Damn Ocelots!
The butchering evil had destroyed the critters that had invaded the dungeon. Was that supposed to be it? Spoiler. No, that was not it.
Let them come. I will destroy them! Oh, that is, my army will destroy them, and I'll toss some spells into the fray from behind.
A new hero camp had been built. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The assigning creatures to guard duty evil had thrown some of its creatures into the guard room. From now on, these creatures would be there to watch for approaching enemies.
It's payday.
One of the heroes' construction crews set out to build a new camp. A new area of the dungeon has been discovered. Into a spider room.
No! I will be back.
Your throne room is under attack.
You have lost a creature forever. The watchful evil had erected a guard room. Creatures could be posted there to keep an eye out for enemies.
Your throne room is under attack.
A gold vein is almost exhausted. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. Your enemies are in the dungeon. One of the hero's construction crews had set up a camp.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. Enemies are in the dungeon.
Ding dong, it's payday.
Is that one of the heroes' construction crews I see setting out? Move out, creatures! Flatten them!
Enemies have entered the dungeon. A gold vein has been mined out. Loved to bet on illegal cage fights evil had built an arena for its creatures. payday. A new hero camp has been built. The spider-hating evil's creatures had destroyed the spider's nest.
Serves those vermin right. Anyone who suddenly turns their back on evil and turns neutral is definitely no keeper.
Ding dong, it's payday.
Evil's creatures had destroyed one of the heroes' camps.
Oops. Did my little creature break one of your little camps, brother dear? I'm so sorry about that. I hope you didn't feel the need to cry again, like you did that time with Lammy Lamb, your cuddly little sheep.
You leave Lammy Lamb out of this! Huh. My brave soldiers will rebuild this camp in no time, just the way Grandma used to do with her needle and thread when... Whatever! You are truly vile, Talia!
Oh, thanks for the compliment. Forward, creatures! Don't tire now! Keep going! Look for camps! Find them and wipe them off the map! Oh, no, I don't mean that literally, you knucklehead!
one of the hero's construction crews set out to build a new camp.
Dungeon.
Sickening green slime oozed out of the spider's nest as it was destroyed. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. The arachnophobic evil had attacked a spider's nest on its way to the dungeon gate. Its creatures prepared to defend themselves.
By defend, I assume you mean attack, right? Go ahead, grab them, smash them, use their legs for toothpicks.
disintegrated into dust under the blows of the arachnophobic evil's creatures. A new hero camp had been built.
It's payday.
Onwards then! Build a new camp!
So much for your construction crew, brother dear. I guess that's when the real estate bubble burst, huh?
Talia, do you even know what the real estate bubble is? And what it means?
You don't want to spoil my moment of triumph with a lot of useless knowledge, do you?
No, it's all right. What you know is a drop. What you don't know is an ocean. With a satisfying crack, one of the spider's nests shattered. You heard Digging Evil had discovered another dungeon gate to the overworld. A horde creature set about training in the arena. This provided not only satisfaction, but also valuable experience.
Ding dong! It's payday! payday.
My brothers, in your eyes I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the true hero's fury is extinguished, when we abandon our companions and all bonds of friendship are broken. But that day is still far off. Stand fast, heroes of the West, and defend our camp!
How many times do we have to listen to this crap? You could at least have used a different line. Idiot.
Tristan's men didn't seem to mind the simple repetition. Granted, heroes were never afraid of a grind and would join a raid for the 100th time just for the chance to win a colourful hat. The heroes poured out to build new defences. A hero's camp was not only doomed, it had already met its demise.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
A gold vein has been mined out.
It's payday. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Unearthed a new area in the dungeon. A gold vein has been mined out. Another of the heroes' camps had been destroyed.
A gold vein has been mined out. Another of the heroes' camps had been destroyed.
A gold vein has been mined out. Another of the heroes' camps had been destroyed. A gold vein has been mined out. Another of the heroes' camps had been destroyed. A gold vein has been mined out. Another of the heroes' camps had been destroyed. A gold vein has been mined out. Another of the heroes' camps had been destroyed. A gold vein has been mined out. Another of the heroes' camps had been destroyed. A gold vein has been mined out. Another of the heroes' camps had been destroyed. A gold vein has been mined out. Another of the heroes' camps had been destroyed. A gold vein has been mined out. Another of the heroes' camps had been destroyed. A gold vein has been mined out. Another of the heroes' camps had been destroyed. A gold vein has been mined out. Another of the heroes' camps had been destroyed. A gold vein has been mined out. Another of the heroes'
It's payday.
Your little snots have dug up a spider. Destroying evil had wiped another hero's shelter off the face of the earth. camp was not only doomed,
My brothers! In your eyes, I see the same fear that would lead me to despair. The day may come when the courage of true heroes is extinguished, when we abandon our companions and all bonds of friendship are broken. I wish I could stay with you, but I must continue to pursue the quest. We shall meet again.
with these words, Tristan made good his escape.
What? That coward! Come back here, you miserable little runt, so I can get back at you for the days upon days of excruciating rides in a cave! Ah!
Heroes' camps had been destroyed. Talia and the cunning evil had done it. The heroes' camps lay in ruins.
You got that right, Tristan! Come out, wherever you are! It's like that time I turned 8, except this time you're the piñata. Tristan? Where are you?
In her destructive frenzy, Talia had forgotten about Tristan's somewhat precipitous departure.
Right, that freaking coward! Oh, I was so busy beating the crap out of heroes that I totally missed it. Whatever. I have to look at this ominous council of little snots anyway. I guess my revenge will have to wait. Postponed, but not abandoned.
Heroes' Gorge. Only one small city of heroes stood in Talia's way, keeping her from finally climbing the mountain to the Council of Little Snots. Heroes' Gorge would have to fall. Talia had left a trail of devastation on her way to the Council of Little Snots. Now, only the city of Heroes' Gorge stood between her and her path to the peak.
Excellent. So they call it Heroes' Gorge. I think I'll rename it Heroes' Grave when I'm done with it. Forward, creatures! Time to...
Then, out of nowhere, Tristan appeared, just as if he were following a bad script. A bad script would be ashamed of this crummy story.
Men! This place must be protected. Stand firm and light the beacons. Oh yes, and activate the magic tower.
Hey! That's not fair! Treachery! Cheating!
Powered by the mana ray from the magic tower, Heroes' Gorge was now protected by a magic shield, impenetrable to evil's creatures. The sharp-witted evil set to work on a plan. It had to take control of the tower. Maybe that would not only bring down the shield, but could also be used for something else.
Sounds like a brilliant plan. Forward, creatures! Oh, don't smash that thing. Capture it and get me the deeds to it.
The infernal evil had some more experienced demonic creatures at its disposal. A chamber of relaxation would have to be built to prevent them from becoming unhappy.
Chamber of relaxation? Lazy sods. The things you do for your subordinates.
You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. Payday. The chilled evil had built a chamber of relaxation for its demons. From then on, they could relax and enjoy a cozy manor bath. rumor had it that some dwarves had captured a few succubi because of gambling debts or something of the sort.
Gambling debts, schmambling debts. We'll get them out of there, hire them, and then let them do the dirty work for us.
The digging evil's activities had not gone unnoticed. Heroes would soon set out to destroy the dungeon heart. Your enemies are in the dungeon. The first succubus joined the ever-expanding evil's army. These infernal demonesses were able to charm opponents and sway them to their side for a short time. Very helpful indeed.
Ding dong! It's payday!
Talia? Are you even still out there? It's so mind-numbingly dull here. You'd almost think you were giving your lecture on the growth of shamrocks again.
I'll grow shamrocks on your grave.
A new area of Talia and the ghastly evil had discovered some dwarves who had made themselves comfortable in the dungeon. Unfortunately, they were blocking the way to the magic tower.
Do those pint-sized creeps really have to hang around everywhere in the underground? One of those basil trogs wanders into their kingdom one day and drives them off, and suddenly they're everywhere. And all because they wanted to dig up some mithril for their elf friends or something like that. Whatever. Hurt them, beat them, make little clay basil trogs and bash them with those.
Enemies have entered the dungeon. The towerless evil still did not have the magic tower under its control. Mentally snapping its forehead, it set out to change this. The burrowing evil had discovered a buried exit to the overworld. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. Payday! You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. Enemies are in the dungeon. A gold vein has been mined out.
There goes another village up in flames, while my stepbrother hides under the table. Like that time at Vladimir's birthday.
You promised to never speak of that! Never! Stop tormenting those poor villagers! Pick on someone your own size!
Says the guy hiding behind the giant magic shield.
Payday! The horrific evil had destroyed one of the villages surrounding Hero's Gorge. Tristan did not seem pleased.
Talia, you barbaric monster! Those honest villagers didn't do anything to you! I will soon capture you again and put you on trial!
Thanks, but one road trip in the cage with you was really more than enough. Brother dear.
The conquering evil had taken the magic tower. With a few skillful tweaks, this was converted into a powerful weapon, capable of taking areas of the map under fire.
Just what I need. With this, we'll destroy Balderon. I mean, Hero's Gorge, of course. Go ahead, lock and load, and then we'll throw some pies at them.
Men, I see the fear in your eyes. Evil has taken the tower. If we do not do something, the shield will eventually collapse. Fortunately, the time has not yet come to despair, for there is a solution. Mana shipments!
It seems that Tristan had not been dropped on his head as a baby, as some people claim to be the case with his stepsister.
Hey!
And so he ensured that, in the future, mana would be shipped overland to the shield.
Onwards, comrades! Clear the way for the first shipment!
What? What a jerk! Forward, creatures! Stop them! Tear them apart! Smash them! Cut them apart with paper, so it really hurts.
The magic tower was able to fire again. The nefarious evil had stopped a mana shipment. Instead of strengthening the shield, it would now be stored in the dungeon instead.
Ah, that's the way I like it. That's exactly how it's supposed to go.
Men! Even though we have suffered heavy losses, all is not lost. The shield is holding, and rescue is at hand.
Tristan saw a danger emerging as mana became scarce in Hero's Gorge. From now on, 2 shipments set out. Two mana shipments set out to refill the shield at Hero's Gorge.
Talia, you may have landed a few hits, but this city continues to hold its own. I beg you, reconsider your actions and return to the light.
The magic tower was once again available.
These mana shipments are easier to destroy than butter. Well, okay, destroying a pound of butter just like that is pretty difficult too. Because you get sick quickly and... Oh, whatever, just break more stuff.
And the mana-hoarding evil's little snots had unearthed the Manivore. These beings were known for consuming mana. As if that were not disturbing enough, they also became more powerful or even reproduced in the process. It made sense to secure the Arcanium well. Tristan had now fully perceived the threat Talia and the transport-intercepting evil's army posed. From now on, 3 shipments would set out.
Men! Even though we have suffered a few losses, now is not the time to despair. Remain vigilant, and let us join together to fight for the light.
One Manivore had eaten so much mana that it had evolved into a large, much stronger Manivore.
Stupid Manivores. Can't they eat some other evil underground ruler's mana? Like that Oberon, for example? So now they're sending out 3 mana shipments at once. I can literally smell their desperation. Either that or it's one of these little snots that stubbornly refuses to use the open.
The Magic Tower's cannon was ready for action. Payday! One of the manor shipments met its inglorious end at the hands of absolute evil. A manor shipment was destroyed. A gold vein has been mined out. Area of the dungeon has been discovered. Manivores have been discovered in your dungeon.
Men! Even though we have suffered a few losses, now is not the time to despair. Remain vigilant, and let us join together to fight for the light!
The magic tower was once again available. A cage was destroyed and creatures were freed. The liberating evil had freed the succubi from their predicament. They gratefully joined its army. Three manor shipments hurriedly made their way to Hero's Gorge.
These manor shipments are easier to destroy than butter. Well, okay, destroying a pound of butter just like that is pretty difficult too, because you get sick pretty quickly and, oh, whatever, just break more stuff.
destroyed a mana shipment. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. The Magic Tower's cannon was ready for action. A mana shipment was destroyed.
Men! Even though we have suffered heavy losses, all is not lost. The shield is holding, and rescue is at hand. Men! The shield must not be allowed to fall! Send 3 mana shipments out! Now!
A new area.
Talia, you beast! Stop tormenting those poor villagers! Pick on someone your own size!
Says the guy hiding behind the giant magic shield.
The Magic Tower was able to fire again. The destructive evil's creatures destroyed a mana shipment. The mana shield had been destroyed. Heroes Gorge now lay defenseless before the devastating evil's army.
Finally! Come on, creatures, finish them off! Knock them out! Throw wax crayons at them!
Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. the Magic Tower's cannon was ready for action.
Oh, yes, we sure showed that. That was a nice little warm-up. Oh, by the way, did we manage to kill Tristan too? Is he lying around here somewhere?
Talia test-speared several of the dead heroes, but there was no sign of Tristan. Apparently, Talia had failed to notice that the latter had already absconded some time ago.
That kind of spoils the joy of victory for me, I've got to admit.
Of course, this is only the sixth mission. It would probably be a bit too much to ask if the whole thing with Tristan was over now.
I could definitely drag out his demise, let me tell you. Believe me, I can be very creative. But enough of that. It's time to finally get to that Council of Little Snots, get a new vessel, and then finally finish off those heroes.
The Ascent. Talia set out to reach the mountain summit to meet the venerable Council of Little Snots. But the inhospitable terrain was battered by raging storms and was home to stubborn dwarves. The Ascent.
get off your lazy asses and bring that dynamite over here so we can get that darn artifact thing out of the ground!
But the storm, Lady Queen! How are we supposed to work in this storm?
Call me later. You can go on the doctor to certainly remove my boot from your arse! That little breeze ain't no storm, you candy asses! Besides, we're looking for that artifact so that it can protect you precious little cupcakes from the wind! Now, get a move on, bring that dynamite over here, and let's get the fireworks started!
While the Dwarf Queen was digging in the mountains, Talia had completed a portion of the climb to the summit.
What, pray tell, do you mean portion of the climb? I just did my cardio training for the next 3 years. Is it just me, or do I end up climbing some peak in every damn part of this series?
Important things seem to have a penchant for hiding in remote places, and the Council of Little Snots was no exception. Talia had to reach the mountain peak. The Council of Little Snots could be found there. She would have to gain access to it via the Twisted Cave system. For this reason, and of course because of the many heroes who kept appearing, it was imperative for her to build a dungeon here.
Okay, good idea. And I can take a short breather. Okay, creatures, you're up. Dig tunnels, find dwarves, and pull out their beards. I was just reading my Horde Exploitation for Experts handbook and came across something about a voodoo brew.
The Voodoo Brew was a shamanistic site for the Horde. Little Snots could make potions there that could be used much like spells.
Ah, and I only hear about this now? Damn, I could have used that thing 5 missions ago. It probably could have been used to corrode my way out of that damn cage. Come on, you little snots. Build a voodoo brew, slap some stuff together, and sell it as an energy drink.
Oi, lads! Looks like some trash has spread through my mountains. Time to clean house. Throw that garbage back into the valley.
Ugh, those repulsive goody two-shoes, goody dwarves. Ah, whatever. They have no chance against me and my creatures. Get them! Wipe them out! Wash their faces with soap! Paint fake moustaches on them!
heroes are collecting their pay. Enemies are in the dungeon. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon. Raging storm roared over the mountains. Whether heroes or creatures, they were all massively hindered by the strong winds. Perhaps this artifact the Dwarf Queen had spoken of really did exist.
Pretty damn coincidental that this artifact should be located somewhere around here, right where we need it.
Indeed, but the writers of this series have never been known for their excessive creativity.
True enough. Good for us at any rate. If that thing is anywhere here to be found, I won't let a single little snot rest until it is dug up. I will, however, allow myself a little break in the meantime.
Freezing Evil's creatures were battered and weakened by the raging storm. The artifact would put an end to that. One of your creatures has died. The storm passed and lost strength. Now was a good time to hit the overworld to earn some evilness there.
What now? But I just made myself a cocoa and unicorn marshmallows. I mean, absolutely true. That's what I thought. Forward, creatures! Out into the cold with you! Pillage, plunder, move trail markers! Ha 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 ha!
The voodoo brew had been built. Little Snots could now brew wonderful potions at an alchemist's cauldron there. The first Horde potion bubbled happily away, waiting to be used by the potion-throwing evil.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
On-rushing evil had applied Horde speed to its creatures so that they could run and attack the enemy even faster, or escape more quickly, whichever was needed. A storm was soon brewing. Without the protection of an artifact, the shivering evil's creatures were sure to find it uncomfortable out there. Once again, a thunderous storm hit the mountains. A hero fell victim to the icy storm. Payday! Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. The storm had lost its strength. Enemies have entered the dungeon. Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay. A gold vein has been mined out. Another storm was brewing. The storm raged with immeasurable force. One of the heroes could no longer resist the cold. The severely self-restricting evil only had access to healing potions. Further research allowed it to spur the production of even more powerful potions in the voodoo brew. The storm abated and moved on. Manivores have appeared in your dungeon. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. The last Happy Evil's creatures had discovered a wagon full of dynamite. This could be used to clear weak rock formations out of the way.
Ha-ha! Great! Tristan is still here. I can tie him to the wagon, and then... bang! Big explosions of fun just the way they are. Come on, let's blow something up. No!
The artifactless evil still hadn't dug up said artifact. This was sad, as it would make the ascent to the Council of Little Snots significantly easier.
Some of us just have more important things to do. Not everyone can sit in a warm, cozy recording studio, sipping his tea and filling the time between 2 cigarette breaks with pointless drivel.
Once again, a thunderous storm hit the mountains. Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. A hero fell victim to the icy storm. The storm had lost its strength. Payday! Your little snots have completely mined out a gold vein. A new area has been unearthed in the dungeon. You've dug into a spider room. Another storm was brewing. Ding dong! It's payday! The storm cost a hero his life. A gold vein has been mined out. Your little snots have dug up a spider. The slowly stalking evil seemed to have already come very close to the dwarven artifact. Very close indeed. And the desirous evil's little snots had found an artifact in the underground. Once placed in a vault of evilness, it would unleash its power.
Oh, wonderful! Once again, I did an excellent job. Move it, you lazy creatures! Bring the artifact to the vault of evilness, so that this freezing storm can no longer harm us.
The storm abated and moved on. The bonus-grabbing evil had stored an artifact in order to unleash its powers. Defend the dungeon hut. The healing evil angel had poured a healing potion on its creatures to wash away their bruises and wounds. Oh, isn't that nice?
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Payday! Creatures are collecting their pay.
Your throne room is under attack. There are enemies in your dungeon.
Once again, a thunderous storm hit the mountains. Thanks to the artifact, the broadly grinning evil's creatures were protected from the roaring gusts of wind, giving them an advantage in the fight against the heroes. A hero fell victim to the icy storm. The storm had lost its strength. The uninterested in potions evil had so far failed to unlock any more potions. It smacked at the forehead for a second and headed to the research overview to change that. Payday! A gold vein is almost exhausted. One of your creatures has bit the dust. Enemies are in the dungeon. Your little snots are completely mined out golden. Another storm was brewing. The storm raged with immeasurable force. One of the heroes could no longer resist the cold.
Ding dong! It's payday!
The storm abated and moved on. You have unearthed a new area in the dungeon.
There are enemies in your dungeon.
Payday.
Enemies are in the dungeon.
Your throne room is under attack.
Once again, a thunderous storm hit the mountains. Tanya and the exploratory evil had discovered a new entrance on the overworld. This would give them access to a previously inaccessible area of the underground.
Oh, good. We're finally approaching the top of this damn mountain. Go, creatures! Smoke out the last few dwarves.
Flatten them. Steal their wall decorations.
The storm had lost its strength. The excavated evil had found a new passage to the surface. Even though the dungeon was completely flat, this still led to a much higher position on the face of the mountain. In keeping with this, as if some invisible line set by level designers had been crossed, the storm outside intensified. It seemed like the raging winds would last even longer from now on. Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Oi, lads! Surely you're not going to let those vermin take away our good dynamite now, are ya? Come on, you maggots. Get outside and guard that stuff!
The researching evil now had access to basic potions. From now on, little snots would occasionally produce them too. The complex evil now had access to complex potions. From now on, little snots could also make these at random in the voodoo brew. The rock there looked a little porous. Some dynamite could probably get it out of the way. Another storm was brewing. The storm took its deadly toll among the heroes as well. competition-loving evil had used the dynamite they had found to blast a few rocks out of the way. In accordance with good old computer game logic, some treasures tumbled out of the blasted rock.
Great! We really deserve this for all the hard work. There should be an achievement for this, I think. I said so. I love video games for their important contribution to culture. Come on, let's blow up some more rocks.
Payday. Enemies have entered the dungeon. The gym rat evil had used Horde strength. This would allow its creatures to hit even harder. The fetid evil had used the poison.
Another entrance into the underground. Excellent! I bet it will take us all the way to the peak. All right, creatures, take that thing and wipe out all the guards.
The storm abated and moved on. You have lost a creature forever.
Enemies have entered the dungeon.
Your gold vein is nearly exhausted. you have lost a creature forever.
Ding dong, it's payday.
And the earthwormy evil had used Earth Theatre to excavate rock as quickly as possible. A little research even made it possible to dig up a gold vein as quickly as possible. The mountain-climbing evil's creatures had now almost reached the top of the mountain through another exit from the dungeon. The Council of Little Snots was almost within reach. Once again, a thunderous storm hit the mountains.
Boy, you punks! It's about time I personally introduced you to my fists! This one is lefty, and this one is righty, and they both smell like
That's for sure. They haven't seen a bathtub in a while, have they? Never mind the rest of what they're attached to.
I know your sense of humor. Little bastard here. I'll try to kill you last! Die!
The storm raged with immeasurable force. One of the heroes could no longer resist the cold.
Boy! This is all actually a bit inconvenient right now. We'll postpone our little brawl until later, you maggots!
Brynhild, Queen of the Dwarves, had made her escape. Apparently the battle had not gone quite to her liking.
Coward! Come back here! Huh. Just runs away from a fair man-to-man fight. Ugh. Finally, I've reached the thrice-damned mountaintop. But next time, I'll have my creatures build a cable car instead of climbing something like this again.
Of course, you could always try to quit smoking and drinking and do more for your fitness. Just a suggestion. Personally, it helped me a lot. And now that I'm training for marathons, I'm...
Yeah. Thanks so much for your little prep talk. Could you please write your well-intentioned advice on a piece of paper so I can make a paper aeroplane out of it?
Ungrateful wretch. Be that as it may, Tanya had actually made it to the top. There, however, all that awaited her was an inconspicuous stone gate.
That's less than impressive. Can't it glow or something? Is the battery dead? Maybe I should smack it with the flat of my hand.
Tanya was obviously intellectually out of her depth, trying to decipher this riddle. All she had to do was utter the secret formula. Fladdery Dutch.
Flattery Dutch.
Flattery Dirk.
Flattery Dutch?
Well, that didn't work.
That didn't. Very funny, hilarious. They should give you your own TV show for your jokes, you comedian.
Yes, thank you. I am waiting for offers. My agent will get in touch. In the meantime, you might want to just press that little button on the side so we can finally get back to business.
Stupid button, stupid narrator, stupid council of little snots.
Talia had finally reached the venerable Council of Little Snots, high upon Mount Snotmore. These wisest of the wise gathered together, and Talia asked them the most pressing question weighing on her mind. Would she herself one day sit on a throne as a ruler? Would she hold the strings of power in a 5th installment of the Dungeons series? Would the overpaid narrator finally shut his mouth? Wait a minute! Talia's stupid question simply bounced off the wise little snots. The most important question in the room, and for this story, was that of a new vessel for the absolute evil. The wise little snots deliberated. When they finally stepped in front of Talia again, who still hung on to her naive dreams, mumbling, and unlike me has only been with us for 2 installments, the leader of the little snots held a bundle in its hands. Inside this bundle was a cute, cuddly, never-before-seen baby little snot. It's crazy the ideas they keep coming up with. The little snot named Gorgu had to absorb the essence of absolute evil in order to serve as an adequate substitute. But apparently the little diaper butt was not yet strong enough to absorb all of the required essence. Talia would first have to train and strengthen Gorgu before he could fully absorb the power of the absolute evil. The Big E.T. Talia had caught the young Gorgu's favor. With a little more power, he could quickly become the new absolute evil. But to do so, he would need to be strengthened.